on behalf of Mr. Williamson. It has in the meantime been signed and commissioned by the registrar, it appears to me. The original after he read it out into the record.
Thank you. I did have sight of the unsigned copy of the statement. Could you please state your full names for the record?
Craig Michael Williamson.
Thank you. Do you have any objection to taking the oath, Mr. Williamson?
No, my lady.
And do you consider same as binding into your conscience?
I do, my lady.
Would you please swear that the evidence you're about to give will be nothing else but the truth, and raise your right hand and say so help me God if you so?
I do.
Thank you very much.
I confirm what my learned colleague on behalf of the state put on record, that by arrangement between ourselves and the state, we would lead the evidence in chief by Mr. Williamson.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, you confirm that you had been requested to appear before this inquest hearing relating to the deaths of the so-called Cradock 4 persons.
I do, my lady.
And do you confirm that on your instructions an affidavit was prepared dealing with these issues relevant to the inquest and actually commissioned this morning?
Yes, my lady.
I think for the record purposes, Mr. Williamson, you have the original before you, is that you should maybe read it into the record, hand it then up to your ladyship, and then we can deal with further issues insofar as it may be necessary from there.
Thank you.
I then beg leave, my lady, that Mr. Williamson be allowed to read into the record the prepared affidavit.
Thank you. You may proceed to read the statement into the record, Mr. Williamson.
I, the undersigned, Craig Michael Williamson, do hereby make oath and state that 1. I am an adult male and pensioner. I am 75 years of age. 2. The facts contained in this affidavit fall, unless otherwise indicated, within my personal knowledge and are both true and correct. I was requested to attend the inquest relating to the deaths of Matthew Goniwe, Fort Kalata, Sikelo, Mhlauli, and Sparrow Mkonto, the Cradock 4, in the above court, and to testify and disclose all and or any facts falling within my personal knowledge relating to the deaths of the Cradock 4. In order to assist the Honourable Court in the above regard, I instructed my legal team to prepare an affidavit on my behalf wherein I will deal with the relevant issue and to disclose any involvement that I had or may have in this regard. I will also in particular deal with an allegation by one Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld, who testified during an amnesty hearing before the Truth and Reconciliation Committee in the late 1990s, that I allegedly instructed him during the middle of 1984 to conduct an observation on the late Mr. Goniwe and to advise on the feasibility of an attempt to kill Mr. Goniwe at his home. At the outset, I wish to emphatically deny that I had any involvement and or knowledge relating to the planning and or execution of the murders of the Cradock 4. I also deny the allegation of Mr. van Jaarsveld referred to above. I confirm that I was a member of the South African Police during 1984 and 1985. At that stage, I held the rank of Major and was attached to the security branch of the South African Police. I was stationed at the SAP Security Branch head office in Pretoria in the capacity as the head of the SAP Security Branch Intelligence Section. The late Van Jaarsveld served under my command in the Strategic Communications Section. Although it was a very long time ago, I can state that I have no recollection of having been involved in any intelligence gathering relating to student activities in Cradock. Monitoring student activity was the role of the local security branches. I have been made aware of the fact that the late Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld, referred to above, testified during an amnesty application before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that I sent him to Cradock during the middle of 1984 to do surveillance and to give advice on the feasibility of the killing of Mr. Goniwe at his home. I emphatically deny the above allegation by Mr. Van Jaarsveld and can further state that I would certainly have remembered any instruction of this nature. As mentioned, Van Jaarsveld was in the Strategic Communications section. I repeat my denial of any involvement in or knowledge of the planning and or execution of the Cradock 4 murders.
You confirm that you have in fact sworn to the truth of that statement?
That is correct, my lady.
My lady, I beg leave that the statement be handed in. I'm not sure what the exhibit number should be. Volume M. Volume M, my learned colleague, Mr. Barney, informed me it should form part of volume M.
If I can have the statement.
Can we just arrange that? We had it up to
Honey. Please love me, honey.
Thank you. The statement will be admitted as forming part of volume M.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Williamson, is there anything that you wish to add to your statement at this stage?
Not at this stage, my lady.
Did I understand your position correct, that in essence what you convey to a ladyship is that you absolutely deny any knowledge and or involvement in any planning or the execution of any murder on any of the members of the so-called Cradock 4?
That is correct, my lady.
I have no further questions, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Sillier. Mr. Governor, or Mr. Coltman, any questions from this?
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mr. Williamson.
Good morning.
I wanted to say that I know that, more particularly my learned friend sitting here almost right next to you, Advocate Mukaitobi and Advocate Vani, who act for the families of the deceased in the community of Cradock. They're probably chomping at the bit to ask questions instead of me. So I'm going to try not to be too long with you. What I picked up in your affidavit is that you did not say very much about your career in the security forces, including as a policeman. Can you perhaps tell the court when you joined the South African Police Service and then the security police?
My lady, I joined the South African Police in 1968. I did my usual police training. I was posted to the uniform branch. and during 1971 I was approached to join the security branch. From 1972 I was a student at the University of Witwatersrand as an undercover security branch officer. I continued at university until the end of 1976, during which time I was also involved in student politics, the National Union of South African Students, of which I ultimately became the vice president. And at the end of 1976, beginning of 1977, I left the country and went via Botswana and then Zambia to Europe, where I got a job with an organization called the International University Exchange Fund. I remained there until the beginning of 1980, at which time I returned to South Africa and took up my position as section head intelligence at Security Police Headquarters. That continued until the end of 1985, after which I joined the South African Defence Force with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, and served until early in 1987, when I retired from the Defence Force and stood for Parliament, after which President Botha appointed me as a member of the President's Council. I remained in the President's Council until 1991, at which stage I retired from politics and went into private business, which I continue to do until today.
So, when did you stop your activities as an undercover agent for the police?
In 1980.
In 1980?
Yes.
What happened? Why did you...
In the popular nomenclature, my cover was blown.
Yes. And where did that happen? Were you still overseas?
I was in Europe, yes.
You were in Europe. So all that time up to 1980, when your cover was blown, you were, throughout your time with newses as well, you were an undercover agent for the police.
I was an undercover officer.
Undercover officer.
There's a difference between agents and officers.
My apologies, can you please just explain that to me, because I don't understand.
An undercover officer is a full-time employed officer of the intelligence service involved. An agent is somebody recruited and handled by officers.
Thank you. And when did you become an intelligence officer?
In 1971.
In 1971. So is that immediately when you were approached to join the police?
No, I was a uniformed policeman.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
And I was approached to join the security branch.
Yes. But who approached you to become an undercover officer?
Well, the important person was at that stage Lieutenant Colonel Johan Kutsia, head of the security branch at the then John Vorster Square in Johannesburg.
Yes. And could you perhaps tell us what qualities must one have to be approached to become an intelligence officer?
Is it possible, Mr. Cradock, for you to come closer to the what we are about.
Uh,
I appreciate the background that you have set up.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, my lady. Can I put the following to you? Or can I perhaps just ask you, is it correct that in your amnesty application, in the matter of the killing of Ruth First and Jeanette Schoen and Katrine Schoen, you were described by the panel in that amnesty decision as highly intelligent? Oh, can one describe you as highly intelligent?
My lady, I don't describe myself as highly intelligent. This has been said by various people.
Yes. The ladyship will just bear with me. Maybe I'm just looking for a specific point that I wanted to read to. And my lady, I'm reading from that amnesty decision, and it is in a bundle that was handed up by my learned friend Advocate Varney. It's volume L11, and it's at page 5. It's in fact paragraph 24 of that decision, my lady. I'll read it, it's just to shorten the time, my lady. There's a long paragraph. In paragraph 24, the decision explains your mandate at the university was to investigate the ANC and the South African Communist Party. And then it further goes on to say during 1971 you met Colonel Johan Coetzee, as you've correctly pointed out, to whom he later used to report. And then to the SRC. But then further down, almost in the middle of that paragraph, the following appears. As a spy, he managed to infiltrate the ANC and SACP and pass information to the security force. During 1975-1976, he was involved in getting people out of the country, and it boosted his credibility. He agreed to the proposition to him in cross-examination, and he managed to deceive highly intelligent people. Would you agree with that statement?
I do, my lady.
Yes. So, your role as head of the intelligence unit at the security branch, at the head office in Pretoria was you did not physically gather intelligence, is that correct?
No, once I was the head of the unit, I was recruiting and handling either officers or agents to create a web of assets throughout the ANC and the South African Communist Party, who would be reporting back to us on the various activities that they were carrying out. That was my role. It was a management role.
A management role. Also to coordinate, I'm sure.
Coordinate, recruit, train,
yes,
mentor.
And how did you more particularly or can we start with the security branch? How did the security branch fit into the national security management system?
It's a complicated question, my lady. The National Security Management System was one that encompassed all the main branches of government: political, social, economic, the military, the police, and of course the intelligence services, of which the security branch intelligence was one. So we were part of one of the departments involved in the National Security Management System.
And your role specifically as head of the intelligence unit?
Intelligence, my lady, is the business of vacuuming up every little bit of information that one can find relating to your particular interests or target, and this is fed back to the analysts at the desks, and it's like putting together a jigsaw with little bits of information which make up a picture, and then our job would be to transmit that picture to the national through our line function to our superiors, and then through to the National Security Management System. It was inputs in order to allow decisions and strategies to be formulated.
And your line function would be via your direct commander, was it Brigadier Piet Goosen?
At one stage, Brigadier Goosen, and then through to the commanding officer of the security branch, through to the commissioner of police, and onwards and upwards.
And it's also correct that you work closely with military intelligence.
My lady, difficult to define closely, but there was cooperation. Obviously, in particular, where one had similar objectives or where there was commonality in the targets that were being investigated.
And is it not correct that you in fact stated in your evidence before the amnesty panel, at your amnesty hearing, that that in fact there was an office for military intelligence officers in the same passage or the same building where you were?
That is correct, my lady.
Not very far from your office.
That is
Across the
correct.
passage.
That is correct.
And can you remember who these military officers were who worked there at the time?
Not offhand, my lady. There were various military personnel.
Now, Lieutenant Jacob Jan, also known as Jaap van Jacob Jan Hendrik, but he was also known as Jaap van Jaarsveld. He in turn worked under your command.
Yes, he worked in one of the sections under my command. If I remember correctly, at that time it was the Strategic Communications section.
As well as Captain, is it Basie Bauer?
Yes, and their commander at that time, if I recall correctly, my lady, was the name escapes me at the moment, but there was a more senior officer involved.
And this, do you perhaps know what happened to Captain Bassi Bowen?
No idea. I haven't heard about him or of him for 20 or 30 years. Sorry, Van Jaarsveld's commander was Vic McPherson.
How was your relationship with Van Jaarsveld?
I have no relationship with him, my lady, and I had no relationship with him besides the fact that he was a junior officer in one of the sections that I commanded.
I'm asking in the sense of, were there any bad feelings between the two of you?
Not that I was aware of, my lady.
No ill feelings?
Not that I was aware of.
Did you ever socialize together? Did you ever socialize together? Ever browse, attend parties?
Not specifically, my lady. I would imagine when we had a unit function that he would have been present.
And is it also correct that for a position such as the one that I will say Van Jaarsveld, not out of disrespect, but the one that he had occupied, you had to be a trusted and reliable person?
Well, you had to be a trusted and reliable person to be in the security branch to start with, my lady.
There was this whole issue about confidentiality, need to know basis.
That is correct, my lady.
So if you instruct any member in the security branch or security police, the commander would be confident that that person will, number one, implement the decision and not tell anybody about it except for the commander.
It's a very broad statement, my lady, but it's broadly correct. Obviously, in any military or paramilitary organization, there is a command structure, and you obey the orders of your superior.
Yes, thank you. And Van Jaarsveld, in his evidence to the amnesty panel, had also stated that he worked at the Secretariat of the State Security Council in 1989. Would he still have been attached to the security branch at the time, security branch, while working at the Secretariat?
Difficult for me to comment, my lady. In 1989, I was in Parliament.
I understand.
Knowing the workings of the security environment, would you still be attached to the security?
There were full-time officers attached, seconded is the word, I think, to the State Security Council, people with specific skills. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Van Jaarsveld came from the State Security Council as a junior officer, and his, if I'm not wrong, his academic background was theology, and which is why he was put into the strategic communications section. So there were various military, police, national intelligence, and other civil servants who were seconded to the State Security Council as specialists in different areas. in order to give specific input and advice on technical aspects.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, there's just something I wanted to clarify. I saw, and I know in your affidavit, you mentioned that you did not monitor student activity. But is it correct that, I'm sure you would have been aware of the fact that in Cradock at the time, say 1984, 1985, one could not have regarded the situation that had prevailed at the time as just student activities.
No.
It involved the whole community.
Of course, my lady. I agree.
So surely it would not be correct to just limit it to student activities. What had happened there? Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
But what my affidavit means is that I was not specifically involved in monitoring any student activities in Cradock. That type of job was the job of the local security branch.
Yes, that's only in relation to students,
No, and of everything else.
including community uprisings, community activity, political
Well,
activity.
Of course, my lady.
It would have been naturally, it would have been the job of the local security branch, but surely you would have had an interest in it.
The only interest I had in student affairs at that stage was using the student activities to infiltrate either officers or agents into higher levels of ANC and Communist Party activity. So I wasn't involved in actually monitoring the day-to-day activities going on anywhere, on any campus or any area in South Africa.
I would understand that, like at a local level, it would be the local security branch officers that would do that. But the information would, of course, necessarily be fed to head office.
That is correct, my
Yes.
lady.
So you would you would have known what had happened in Cradock at the time.
I would have known what was going on, but the only interest I would have had was if they had told me there's a particular person who could potentially be of benefit to the intelligence section. That was my job.
You see, the reason why I'm pointing this out to you is that it seemed that up to ministerial level, Cradock had been a burning issue. And that much was even recognized and acknowledged by Judge Zietsman in the Zietsman inquest.
Of course it was, my lady, but that doesn't mean that I was specifically involved in monitoring it or doing anything about it. There was also burning issues in Lesotho, in Mozambique, in Swaziland, in Botswana, in Zambia, in London, in Nigeria, in the United States. That is where my job was being carried out.
Well, if I can just read to you, for instance, what, maybe if I can just get to that passage. In fact, Judge Zietsman had called it in his findings as, for instance, Cradock and Ganiwe had been a thorn in the flesh of the security force. and was at times referred to as an enemy of the state. Why would you, as head of the intelligence unit, not have known about that?
I'm not saying that I didn't know about that, my lady.
So you knew about it
I'm
at
saying
the time.
that it wasn't in my purview. So there was nothing for me to do about it.
Now, were you aware that Van Jaarsveld was going to apply for amnesty at the time?
At the time, I did get a letter from the TRC.
Yes.
Yes,
And that was before he testified.
yes.
And that letter, the notification advising you that Van Jaarsveld evidence would implicate you
That is correct, my lady.
in the commission of an offence.
That is correct, my lady.
Were you surprised by that?
Yes,
Or
I was.
shocked?
No, I'm not shocked. Nothing shocks me. I was surprised, and I knew that I hadn't been involved with him in the commission of any offence, so I just let what happened would happen.
So did he ever tell you personally that he was going to implicate you at the TRC hearing?
Definitely not, my lady.
Now, and you know what the import of his evidence was? You in fact,
I read
mentioned
it. I read it recently, my lady.
you read it. No, I can understand that you read it recently when you prepared the affidavit, but at the time, before he had testified, and after, or perhaps during his testimony.
No, the only time I took any notice of it was when I was confronted with it by Advocate Bezos at one of my amnesty hearings.
Yes. You see, the difficulty I have with your approach to Mr. Van Jaarsveld's evidence is that you did not contest the allegations that he made. You did not challenge it.
Well, I challenged it at the amnesty hearing.
No, while he was still testifying. When he was testifying there under oath, he was never challenged on his version as to what had happened.
That's correct. Well, not by me. That's correct.
So I'm struggling to understand why, if I am being accused of having planned the murder of a person, why I wouldn't even try and challenge this evidence.
Well, perhaps you're not as used to being accused of murdering people that you had nothing to do with as I am. So I knew I would have my opportunity to answer his allegations, and I went with that. His allegations are nonsense, and they were nonsense then, and they're still nonsense.
Did you give him the opportunity to come and answer to your response to his allegations?
He could have come to my amnesty hearing, and he could have objected to what the evidence I gave. which
Yeah, and what also strikes me as strange is a lieutenant is a rather senior rank,
well,
which was
it's,
the rank of Van Jaarsveld.
it's the most junior commissioned rank.
Commission. It's a senior rank amongst police officers.
No, I wouldn't call it senior, my lady. It's a junior commissioned rank. I mean, it's senior to a constable,
Yeah, senior to, is it not warrant officer? Senior to
senior to a sergeant, senior to a warrant officer, yes.
Senior to, yeah, basically. And you must have held him in high regard at the time, while he was still under your command.
I can't say that I held him in any sort of regard. He was recommended to us as a specialist with a degree in theology to come and work in the strategic communication section. In fact, I don't believe he'd been in my section very long. So I never really directly worked with him either. He had superiors in his section, like Vic McPherson and Barcy Bower and others.
Yes, and just to come back to the gathering of intelligence, it's also common cause that Mr. Gonhiwe's phone was tapped. Are you aware of that? I'm sure you're aware of that.
Well, as you say, it's common cause, but I've only heard it through the media, the press, and through the type of hearings at the TRC and so on. I had no personal knowledge of that, my lady.
All of that information had been escalated not only to the Eastern Province Command, that is the head of the Eastern Cape section that's under Harold Snyman at the time, but it was also escalated to head office.
I have no doubt that's correct, my lady.
And surely that's intelligence. Is that not regarded as intelligence?
Yes, and it would have gone to the desk, my lady.
And surely you'd be compiling and monitoring and perusing all of that information
That is
to
not-
understand what the situation is in
That is-
such a burning center.
That is not correct, my lady, and we're back to the confusion that we addressed a bit earlier. I was involved in operations outside the borders of the country. I was not involved in internal operations.
Mr. Williamson, why would Lieutenant Van Jaarsveld make up such an elaborate story about you?
I can only speculate, my lady, and that's not the purpose that I can only give evidence to the High Court about things that are in my immediate knowledge. And I have absolutely no idea what motivated Jaap van Jaarsveld.
And what is also so interesting is he in fact stated in his evidence before the TRC that he was instructed by you to survey Gonhiwe's house and to see where he could be murdered and whether he could be murdered without any notice. He did that together with Power, but then realized that it was not possible. He couldn't do it there. You follow what I'm saying?
That's what he says, my
Yes.
lady.
And then, what they then did is they traveled to PE and they surveyed that road. That is what it ultimately boils down to. And they then advised that Mr. Goni Ware and his cohorts, comrades, the best place to kill him without any notice would be at a secluded spot along that road. And lo and behold, that is where they had been abducted. They were abducted along that road instead of at his home, at Connie's home. The question, my lady, is the following. Why would he give such an elaborate story that fits in with the objective facts, how the murder had been committed, and implicate you as a person who had instructed him?
My lady, I have to stick with my previous answer, which is that I've absolutely no idea. But that if you do make up a story, it's easier to make up a story after the facts.
And I just wanted to know, did you know Harold Snyman
No, my lady.
and Henry Fisher, who was the commander of the Cradock security branch?
No, my lady.
Just bear with me. And Gerrit Erasmus, Colonel Gerrit Erasmus,
I know him, my lady.
how do you know him?
He was at one time the head of the security branch at John Forster Square.
Mr. Williamson, on the basis of what I had already stated to you, that firstly, Van Jaarsveld evidence as to how it was advised by them the murder should be committed fits in with the facts as to how this murder had been committed. And on the basis of the fact that his evidence had not even been contested or challenged by you at the TRC.
Well, it was challenged at my amnesty hearing, my lady.
I put it to you that you did indeed issue that instruction to Mr. Van Jaarsveld and passing away.
I absolutely deny it, my lady. It didn't happen.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Ngogaitobi, looks like you're going to have to scrape the barrel. Mr. Coltman is...
Mr. Williamson, could you explain what your role was in relation to the State Security Council in 1984?
My lady, insofar as I had any role related to the State Security Council, it was to put inputs into to the Secretariat of the State Security Council to be considered on the various matters being considered by the State Security Council.
But what is the input?
Well, it would be input on intelligence information on any specific topic, particularly if I'd been asked for information on anything specific, on any area specific.
So it was intelligence you had gathered that you gave to them?
Yes, it had to be. The raw intelligence, my lady, comes first to the unit and then to the desk, and then it's analyzed, put together, and then sent through at that time to the Secretariat of the State Security Council, where there were other experts who would put the intelligence inputs coming from the various elements of the national security forces together into a policy document that would be presented on one or other aspect.
Sometimes they asked you for gathering of intelligence.
Not the State Security Council or the Secretariat. Requests would come through the line function. So I would get a request through the management of the security branch.
But they would tell you that this is wanted by the Security Council.
That is correct.
Yes. Sometimes you would send information or intelligence without a request.
Yes, my lady, at times information would be sent through to the Secretariat of the State Security Council if one felt that this was important enough to be given immediate attention to.
Yes. Now, your role that you've described, being externally focused, was to neutralize enemies of the state.
My lady, not only neutralize specific enemies of the state, but to work on neutralizing the political and revolutionary onslaught being conducted against the state at that time.
That required you to first identify enemies of the state in order to neutralize them.
Well, my lady, it wasn't difficult to identify what have been called here enemies of the state, because these were people that were active in various revolutionary organizations like the ANC, the PAC, the South African Communist Party, and other organizations.
This term, neutralize, included killing them.
The term neutralize, as we in the security forces understood it, could also include the killing of these people.
Which enemies of the state were you involved in killing? Just give us the names.
I really would like to speak about the relevance of that question to these proceedings. We're busy with a specific issue here, and with great respect, I don't want to waste too much time on this issue, but this is such a broad question, and with so many legal implications. I don't know what the answer is, but it's not a question that I would respect submit would assist your ladyship in coming to a proper conclusion in the
based on self-incrimination. But the witness is here. He is entitled to say, he's already told us, I was neutralizing enemies of the state, which included killing them. I don't understand why my learned friend is jumping up and down.
Yes, we said neutralizing.
The position factually correct, then I would not jump up and down. The witness said neutralizing in the security environment may include killing.
Yes.
But he never said, I neutralized and I killed. He
Yes.
didn't say that. So what my learned colleague can maybe do is just keep factually correct.
Mr. Mugaitoro.
It doesn't matter, even if one accepts.
Okay, Mr.
Can
Cilliers?
this gentleman,
Yes.
who is a senior advocate from Pretoria,
Yes, please.
just learn to respect the judge, even if he doesn't respect black advocates? But the question is very simple. The witness has told us, in the security environment, our responsibility is to neutralize enemies of the state. Neutralizing them includes killing them. What I want to know is which enemies of the state was he involved in the neutralizing. I didn't say he pulled a trigger. Give us the names. There's nothing objectionable about that. Now that you've been basically coached against answering, do you want to give an answer or not?
My lady, with respect, you should first make the ruling before you insist and proceed now as if your view and or
Yes.
your directions doesn't count. If
Yes,
you
I
rule
will-
against me, then you can ask
Yes,
the
I will
question.
allow the question, Mr. Cilliers.
Yes.
If you can answer the question.
Thank you, my lady. You've heard the question and you've heard the spirited defense from your advocate, who apparently fears the answer.
Okay, it's okay. Let's keep it off, Mr. Cilliers. Let's deal with the witness now, Mr. Then let's avoid this back and forth,
Yes,
please.
only if I had started it, but I didn't. Can you answer the question, Mr. Williamson? Which enemies of the state, I want the names, were you involved in neutralizing in your role as an intelligence officer?
I think it's common knowledge that I was granted amnesty by the TRC for the killings of Ruth First.
When was
Jeanette-
Ruth first killed?
Sorry?
When was she killed?
Oh, I can't give you the date, sorry.
Well, just a year. It don't have to be the date.
It was during the 80s.
Yes. Yes. Another name?
Jeanette Schoon, and
And when was Jeanette Schoon killed?
she was killed in Lubango in Angola.
Also in the 1980s.
Yes, together with the tragic and unfortunate and unintended death of her daughter, Katrine.
Yes. And how old was the daughter?
I don't recall, but very young.
9 years, 8 years, 7 years?
In that region, my ladyship.
And what was the method used in the killing of Jeanette Schoon?
But then again, I'm going to object. What is the relevance of that question apart from trying to create atmosphere? How will it assist you in evaluating apparently the only allegation against this witness, the version of Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld? How will this question assist you in that regard?
Lady, you've allowed the question. These are subsidiary questions coming from the question that has been allowed. My learned friend is really in contempt of court right now. What was the method used?
Okay, you can answer the question.
Yes, what was the method used to kill Jeanette Schoon?
An improvised explosive device called an IED.
How does that work?
Well, in that instance, what happened was that a communication between the ANC in Botswana going to Lubango in Angola was intercepted, and the contents were replaced with an improvised explosive device which exploded when it was opened.
It's a bomb.
It's a bomb.
Yes, that explodes when open.
Or when you drive past it, like I'm sure you're aware, in Afghanistan, Iraq,
and it exploded in the hands of a woman and her child.
That is correct, Your Ladyship.
Yes, and you were involved in that operation.
I was one of the operatives involved, yes.
Now, what was the method used to kill Ruth First?
Exactly the same method, Your Ladyship. ANC, Communist Party, internal communication between Lesotho and Maputo was intercepted, and the contents were replaced with an IED.
Yes, and then it's a bomb.
That's a bomb which exploded when it was opened.
Yes.
Is it also known as a letter bomb?
Yes.
Any other third name?
Third name.
Yes, another name. You were involved in the neutralization of Ruth First, in the neutralization of Janet Scorn. Who else were you involved in the neutralization of?
Are you referring to specific individuals?
You heard me. I said individuals long ago. Just answer the question.
I have no idea. Those are the only specific individuals. There were obviously victims of cross-border raids, but I wasn't specifically involved in the killing of those people.
Yes. Now, what is unique about these two instances is that they include the use of extreme violence to kill people. Do you accept that?
Your Ladyship, I would imagine that most killing can be regarded as extreme violence.
I'm not asking you about most killings. I'm asking you about Ruth First and Janet Scorn and her daughter. They involved the use of extreme violence to kill them. Do you accept that or not?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. Now, can I then ask you about the history that you were asked by the NPA? When you joined the police in 1971, the police security, I think you called them, or the state security, what were they called?
The security branch of the South African police.
Yes. When did you join Wits University?
In 1972, my lady.
Were you an actual student registered or not?
I was, my lady.
Yes. Did you pass any degree or any course or attend any classes?
I didn't complete my degree at Wits University. I attended classes. I completed my degree later through the University of South Africa.
Yes, I'm asking you about Wits. Now, at Wits University, was it part of your role to infiltrate student activity in order to pass intelligence to the security branch?
That is a common misconception, my lady. Our role in the intelligence section was to become involved in radical student political affairs in order to gain access to the revolutionary movements such as the ANC and the Communist Party, to create credibility and cover.
Yes, but what I'm asking you is, as part of the infiltration of the ANC, was it part of your job to infiltrate student activity in order to pass intelligence?
Yes, my lady, because the ANC was involved in student activity on the campuses.
Yes. So that means you actually passed on intelligence about the students at Wits?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. Now, you said that you needed to infiltrate in order for them to trust you so that they could give you the information. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes. Now, you also joined the Student Representative Council of Wits University. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
And even that information was part and parcel of intelligence gathering on your part. Is that correct?
Where it related to radical activity, yes, my lady.
Yes. Now, you also needed the SRC and the students broadly to trust you in order to share information with you so that you can pass it. correct?
Yes, my lady, but the objective was more to become trusted so that I could rise in the ranks of the political organizations active in the student arena.
Yes, but they had to trust you in order to share information which would be helpful to the security police, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. Now, you also moved all the way to the vice president of the National Union of South African Students, is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Even at that level, the members of NUSAS had to trust you to share information that you could use by reference to the security police, is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes. You moved from there to the International University Exchange Fund. Was that based in Sweden?
No, in Geneva, Switzerland.
Switzerland, sorry. I made an error there. Is it correct that you joined that organization?
That I joined the IUEF?
Yes.
That's correct, my lady.
Is it correct that you became the deputy director of that organization?
Ultimately, I did, my lady.
Who did you report to?
Within the IUEF
Yes.
or elsewhere?
No, within the International University Exchange Fund.
To the director, Lars Gunnar Eriksson.
So, Lars Gunnar Eriksson.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. And about your activities in the IUEF, who did you report to in the security branch?
My lady, the operation was called Operation Daisy, was a joint operation between the South African Police Security Branch and the then Bureau for State Security. I had handlers that were both in the security branch and in the Bureau for State Security. My communications were handled by the Bureau for State Security. I was on occasion debriefed and by different officers from both organizations.
Who did you report to? I want the names of the officers.
I reported to the Bureau of State Security. The main handler was J.J. Claassen. In the South African Police or Security Branch, there were various officers involved. Don Aspeling, Derek Brunner, Andre Bierkes, various other officers.
And what was the primary function of the IUEF that became of interest to the security police? Why was it necessary to deploy you there?
The IUEF was channeling probably the largest amount of international funding through to various political organizations in South Africa, and was also giving scholarships to South African refugees, and was funding, for example, political trials, was funding financial support for the families of political prisoners, etc. So it was of great interest to the South African security establishment, my lady.
And which names of political activists did you report on in your role as the IUEF?
My lady, hundreds, if not thousands.
Well, just give us 5.
I would have to go to my files, my lady.
Where are your files?
Well, perhaps we can check on the book that's just been published last week
Published by who?
by Naledi.
Who's Naledi?
It's a publishing company.
So you wrote a book.
No, I didn't. It's a book written about my operation.
So the names are in that book.
That is correct.
Now, you also gave a journalist an interview, a Swedish or a journalist, in which you claimed to have also been aware that Steve Biko was visiting Oliver Tambo, was planning to visit Oliver Tambo.
That is correct.
Just explain
lady.
precisely what that means, that you were aware that Steve Biko was planning to visit Oliver Tambo. When were you aware of this?
Probably sometime during the beginning of 1977, my lady.
Why was Steve Biko's visit to Oliver Tambo of interest to the security police?
I can't imagine why it wouldn't have been of interest, my lady.
Well, can you explain why it was of interest? That's my question. Don't ask your own question.
My job was to gather information, to vacuum up every little scrap of information that came into my purview. And of course, when I was informed that there was a possibility of Steve Biko meeting with Oliver Tambo, this is something that I reported to my superiors.
How did you get the information that Steve Biko was planning to visit Oliver Tambo?
Again, and you must direct me. If your direction is that my learned colleague can now, without any limitation, ask any question without any relevance to the present inquiry, then you should indicate it to me, and then I'll sit down and I'll just request you to report that that is the direction. But surely there must be some limitations as to how wide my learned colleague can go with this inquiry. And up until this stage, for the past about 40 minutes that he's busy, not a single question relevant to the present issue before your ladyship had been raised. But I request you then to give me just a direction if he's entitled in terms of your view, in the exercise of your discretion, to ask any question of any nature, then please inform me, then I will not waste your time any further with raising objections, apart from asking you to note that there is a general objection to these irrelevant questions.
Mr. Cilia, is your intention to raise an objection to the relevance of the question asked by Mr. Ngugaitobi?
My present objection is, about
Yes,
the relevance
maybe
of the present line of questioning.
Yes, maybe you should do that.
Bearing in mind what we are busy with here
Thank you.
in this inquest.
Got your objection, Mr. Ngugaitobi?
Yes, as I understand, it's based on relevance. It's relevant to the witness's general tenor, which is I was not involved in internal gathering of security information. Steve Biko was an internal activist. That is what I'm exploring with the witness. This is not an error. Thank you. Now, you've already admitted that you gathered intelligence on Biko and you established that Biko intended to visit Oliver Tambo. The question was, what methods did you use to gather that intelligence? How did you get it?
I got it at the IUEF.
Just explain that a little bit, because it's very vague to me.
If I'm not wrong, my lady, the IUEF had been asked to organize the flight ticket and to organize some or other pretext of a meeting for Mr. Biko to come to in order for him actually to be able to meet with Oliver Tambo. So the information was gathered by me in Switzerland.
In your capacity as the deputy director
Of the IUEF, that's correct.
Yes. Now, there has also been mention of you expressing shock in the killing of Mapetla Mohape in 1976. Do you remember Mapetla Mohape?
I'm afraid I don't, my lady.
You were not aware that Mapetla Mohape worked closely with Steve Biko in the Black Consciousness movement?
I know the name, my lady, but I don't have any detailed information.
Well, what I find odd is if you were interested in the activities of the Black Consciousness movement, and these were the two main activists, why would you be interested in one and not the other?
My lady, again, one has to understand the nature of intelligence gathering. One
Yes, just educate us on that.
One vacuums up what comes into your sphere of knowledge. It was not that I was specifically investigating Steve Biko or anybody else. I was just passing on any information that was relevant that came across my desk.
So let's just go back to Steve Biko then. Which month in 1977 did you pick up that the IUEF is planning to organize a flight of Mr. Biko to see Mr. Tambo?
More than 40 years ago, my lady, I cannot remember the month.
Well, Mr. Biko was killed.
It was early in 1977.
Early in 1977. Yes, that's enough for my purposes. What did you do with that intelligence?
As I already said, my lady, I transmitted it through to Pretoria.
To Pretoria, yes. Now, do you know what they did with it?
I've absolutely no idea, my lady.
Yes. Do you know whether or not Mr. Biko then became the subject of monitoring?
I've no idea, my lady.
Yes. Now, do you see the problem with the evidence you've given, that your focus was external, that it's not actually complete because Biko was an activist internally?
My focus, my lady, was on revolutionary forces based externally that obviously were busy with internal revolutionary activities.
Yes, precisely the point is that you were also involved in internal activities.
Well, my lady, I was not here at that stage, so I couldn't be involved in internal activities.
Well, you were involved in the gathering of intelligence on internal activities as well.
I was involved in the gathering of intelligence on revolutionary organizations, people that were working towards the overthrow of the then government, and I was based abroad, and any information in this regard that came into my knowledge, I passed on.
Yes, whether those people were internal or external, you passed on the intelligence, correct?
Correct, my lady.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, can we then move to yesterday's evidence? Mr. De Beer. Mr. De Beer testified yesterday that Mr. Goniwe was regarded as an enemy of the state. He would have been of interest to you as head of intelligence.
My lady, I had no specific interest in Mr. Goniwe. Obviously, I knew of him, but I was not involved in operations related to Mr. Goniwe.
No, what I'm saying is that a subject that is regarded at the State Security Council level as an enemy of the state would surely be of interest to the head of intelligence. Is that not correct?
My lady, as there's been previously in amnesty applications, etc., evidence about something called the terrorist book, the terrorist album. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of people who were regarded as threats to the state. And Mr. Goniwe was just one of them.
Well, Mr. De Beer gave further evidence that Cradock in particular was seen at the State Security Council as a hotbed of political instability in the whole country. So this is not just one of 100 or one of 1,000. It was a specifically unique area of political activity.
I accept that, my lady.
Yes. Now, this is why I am saying that if Mr. Goniwe was the head of political activity in an area that was regarded as the hotbed of unrest throughout the country, he would have been of interest to you.
My lady, Mr. Goniwe would only have been of specific interest to me had I had a direct link between him and external revolutionary forces. And at no stage in my career did I ever come across that information.
Yes. Now, Mr. Goniwe was discussed at the State Security Council on the 19th of March 1984. Were you aware of that?
I only became aware of that subsequently, my lady, at time of Mr. van Jaarsveld's amnesty application, etc.
Yes, but you cannot deny that he was discussed specifically at the State Security Council of the 19th of March 1984.
No, I can't, my lady.
Mr. van Jaarsveld went to Cradock 2 days later on the 21st of March 1984 in order to scope how Mr. Goniwe could be killed. Do you accept that? Do you deny that? You have no comment.
I've already said that I have absolutely no idea of what Mr. van Jaarsveld's talking about, my lady.
Yes. I'm simply putting to you that as a matter of fact, he went to Cradock on the 21st of March 1984. You can say, yes, I don't know, I don't comment, it's fine.
I think I said, as I said in my amnesty application, I have no doubt that he did go down to the Eastern Cape and maybe Cradock at that time.
Yes, you have no doubt that he went there.
No, I have no doubt.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, Mr. van Jaarsveld was one of your subordinates, is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes. Now, when he arrived in Cradock, he in fact actively investigated the method that could be used to kill Mr. Goniwe. Do you want to comment on that? That is his statement.
That is what he says, my lady. I cannot comment because I know nothing about it.
Yes. Then he formed the view that Mr. Goniwe could not be killed in his house because he was always surrounded by people, and therefore he had to be isolated out of Cradock. Any comment on that?
Same comment, my lady. That is what he says. I don't know what he's talking about.
When he came back, he reported to his superiors the results of the scoping exercise. Any comment on that?
If I was the superior, my lady, he never reported any such thing to me.
Yes. Now, he implicated you directly as the person who had given him the instruction to scope the method of killing. In fact, in the TRC, it's called take out. But he explains that take out meant killing. Did you know that the security branch or the security officers sometimes used different words to disguise the act of killing?
My lady, I would imagine not only the security branch, I mean various people that describe the act of killing with various different phrases.
I'm not asking you about other things.
Answer is yes.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, thank you, my lady. Now, he directly implicated you, Mr. van Jaarsveld, in his TRC application for amnesty and said you are the person who instructed him to conduct the scoping exercise.
That is correct, my lady.
Yes. Now, as asked by the NPA, at the time that he implicated you, you took no action against him.
No, my lady.
Yes. But you could have taken action against him.
I knew I was going to have the opportunity at my amnesty application, my lady.
You've already said that, and I'm not asking you about your own amnesty. I'm asking you about action against Mr. Van Jaarsveld, who is implicated you in the planning of a murder. That is an extremely serious thing. That you could have taken action against him. You could have sued him for defamation.
So you mean legal action,
Yes.
not direct action?
Yes.
I was not interested, my lady. He was talking nonsense. I didn't know why. And I knew I would have an opportunity to deal with it, which I did.
Just please answer my question. You could have taken action against him, yes or no?
If I'd been bothered to do so, I could have, yes, my lady.
Yes. All right. Now, when this matter, the current inquest, was investigated by Mr. Dweber in 2021, he visited your house. Initially, the person who was at home said that you were sick with COVID and you were not available. Do you remember that?
That is correct, my lady.
When he came for the second time, you refused to cooperate at all.
My lady, when Colonel Dweber visited my house and I couldn't speak to him in order not to infect him with COVID, he left a note for me. And in that note, he left his phone number and asked me to contact my legal representative and to make a statement. I passed the note on to my legal representative, which at that time was Mr. Jan Wagenaar, and from that moment in time, the interaction between the NPA and Colonel Dweber and me was through my legal representative, Mr. Wagenaar.
Can you just answer the question whether you cooperated with Mr. Dweber or not?
Well, I regard that as cooperation. I organized legal representation to deal on my behalf with him.
Why did you not meet with him and give him a warning statement?
Because I acted on legal advice.
So I don't understand what that means. Your lawyers told you not to, or what?
My lawyers told me that they would deal with the matter, my lady.
I understand that. That's a vague answer. My question is, why did you not meet with the investigating officer?
I thought I'd made it quite clear. I listened to my legal representatives, my lady.
But you are not confirming that they told you not to meet with him.
They told me they would deal with the matter, and they did, my lady.
So whose decision was it not to meet with Colonel Dweber? Yours or your lawyers?
I suppose Mr. Wagenaar's decision was, my lady.
Who's Mr. Wagner now?
He was my
His
my
attorney.
lawyer.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. So it was his decision.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. Now, I want to then come back to the summary of the organizations that you successfully infiltrated without detection. It was the VETS SRC, correct?
Yes, my lady.
It was NUSAS, correct?
Correct, my lady.
It was the IEUF, correct?
IUEF, my lady.
Yes. IUEF, correct?
Correct, my lady.
Yes. Was there any other organization that you infiltrated without detection?
Well, I suppose we have to, if we're going right through history, we can start with the Arts Faculty Council at Wits University, my lady.
Yes.
And then we can go to the ANC, the South African Communist Party.
So you infiltrated the ANC without detection?
For a long time, my lady.
Between which period and which period?
Well, I would imagine from that.
Of that, Mr. Ngoboitobi?
I'll come back to that, my lady, in a second. If we could just close this element, I'll come back to it. I promise your ladyship, I won't forget. Between which period and which period?
I was actively involved with the ANC from 1975 until 1980.
When you say actively involved, doing what?
I was working with them, giving them information, carrying out instructions that they gave me, my lady.
Who were you dealing with?
it started off with Mr. Reg September, Mr. Yusuf Dadu, Mr. Aziz Pahad, and later on Mr. Ronnie Casserols, Mr. Mac Maharaj, and I then had Mr. Schoen, Jeanette Schoen, various other ANC activists in Europe and in Africa. Again, it's a long list of people.
Yes,
my lady.
but in relation to them, again, they did not detect that you were an officer of the apartheid security police.
Not until it was too late, my lady.
Yes. And you said also you did the same with the SACP,
Well, it's one organization.
the ANC and the SACP.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. Now, what is unique about this history is that you are a fundamentally dishonest person. You can infiltrate an organization, no detection, and you can be a double-faced liar. You had to lie in order to gain their trust.
That is correct, my lady.
Now, that personality of living through lies, is this what is happening today in court?
No, my lady.
So today, for the first time, you are telling the truth.
I think I told the truth during the amnesty hearings.
I want to put it to you that your evidence to deny the version of Mr. Van Jaarsveld is part and parcel of your pattern of deception and lies. You are a fundamentally dishonest man. Do you have any comment on that?
I have no comment,
Thank you, my lady.
but to deny it.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay, we'll take a mid-morning tea break, and for 15 minutes. We'll resume at 11:30. Go to lecture.
All right.
Like in particular Mozambique, I was asked for a lot of information on, but the flow was normally the other way around, was from the intelligence to the secretariat, and as a result of that there could be follow-up requests.
Yes, but as head of the security branch intelligence section at that time, did you have a full plate? You had full days. You were busy with multiple issues and incidents that took up your time.
My lady, I was running an intelligence operation that was a very complex web of agents and officers throughout Southern Africa, Central Africa, Europe, United States, even West Africa. It was very much more than a full-time job, my lady.
Because I just wanted to check with you, Mr. Williamson. Is there a possibility that because you had so much on your plate, and more than 10 years later you are now considering what to apply for amnesty, that simply escaped your attention? Is that a possibility?
No, my lady. What, if I remember, Jaap van Jaarsveld's amnesty application was not the only one that, I won't say irritated me, but in effect that is what it did. I mean, something that was ridiculous and didn't apply to me. And my attitude in those days was that if people felt that they'd been involved in something that it would be to their advantage to apply for amnesty, they should go ahead and do it. It wasn't up for me to encourage or instruct people to apply for amnesty. That was an individual decision. And on occasion I saw amnesty applications which I regarded as absurd.
So what's your answer as to whether or not there is a possibility that that could have escaped you?
I was aware of the application. I did get the letter, and perhaps I should have taken it more seriously, but I knew that it hadn't happened and that his allegations were incorrect, and I knew that I would have an opportunity in a forum to address it. But I didn't take it any further, my lady.
All right, well, at least we've now excluded from your perspective that this simply didn't slip your mind. But I want to put it to you that you didn't know that you would have an opportunity to respond to the allegations in relation to the Cradock 4 murders. And the reason I put that to you is because you were only going to appear in relation to the amnesty applications that you yourself submitted in relation to Ruth First, Jeanette Katrin Skuren, and the London bombing. So you couldn't have known beforehand that the Cradock 4 case would arise in those matters.
Yeah, I assumed it would, my lady, but obviously it may not have, but it would have been very unusual for it not to have arisen. Similarly to all the matters that have been raised here this morning, all sorts of tangential activities that I've been involved in through my career.
Yes, and as it turns out, it was raised, in fact, and we are going to consider your testimony in that amnesty hearing. But I do think that my learned friend for the State Advocate Coltman does have a point. That you should have at least instructed your lawyers to appear at the Van Jaarsveld amnesty hearing to object and rebut and cross-examine Mr. van Jaarsveld on that aspect?
With hindsight, my lady, I regret that I didn't, but I didn't take his allegations seriously because they were absurd.
And perhaps it's time to turn to the amnesty hearing in question. My lady, we're now dealing with Mr. Williamson's amnesty hearing. There were several days. We're going to focus on day 11, and the amnesty transcript is in volume L1, which we handed up yesterday. It's item 9. The page numbers of the transcripts are not numbered, but in the original we'll be dealing with pages 29 to 33. Yes. Oh, that's right. We actually numbered the bundle ourselves. I'm looking at my old copy, which is handwritten. But my learned friend is correct. They are numbered.
The one before the court will be numbered.
So we're at what page, Mr. Burnham?
So the amnesty hearing itself starts at item 9.
Yes. That.
And it does start at page 1. This is a hearing that took place on the 22nd of September 1998 in Pretoria. It's day 11 of that hearing. But we're going to jump to page 29, my lady. So in that hearing, Mr. Williamson, you were questioned by Advocate Bezos. And he asked whether in the first half of 1984, did you send any member of your group to Port Elizabeth? And you responded, it is possible, Mr. Chairman. And he asked you to try and think about it. And you respond that by 1984 and 85, I had a group that by that time had 9 sections in it, and it's absolutely possible that I would have sent somebody to Port Elizabeth for some reason, that I may have been asked to send somebody to Port Elizabeth for some reason, and in fact, I'm even sure I know who I'm going to be told now I sent to Port Elizabeth, but I do not have any recollection of the incident. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yes, my lady.
You see, what interests us is that you don't say, I wouldn't have done this because I only did external operations. You accept that you might have sent somebody to Port Elizabeth, but you have no recollection in relation to whether it was Mr. van Jaarsveld.
My lady, people working in my section, particularly junior people like Mr. van Jaarsveld, periodically visited various security branches around the country for 2 reasons. Number one, to get to know the people operating on the ground and to get some knowledge and experience. And then also to find out from these people what particular issues were being raised and were important. And in specific, strategic communication was a unit which was analyzing and then drafting strategies which could be used to counteract what one can call political propaganda, but from the non-state side. So they were people who were involved in working out state propaganda as opposed to, or call it counter-propaganda. So they would interact with people throughout the country.
Let's move on to what you said in relation to Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld. And you also confirm in that hearing that it's possible that you might have sent a member of your group to PE at that time. You said it's perfectly possible. Amongst other things, one of the sections of the group of which I was involved in student activities, and these people travelled regularly all over the country to all the divisions. So can I, in fact, even say I must have sent people there? And then you turn to Mr. Jaarsveld and you say, but if Mr. Bezos is referring to Captain at the time, I believe, Jaap van Jaarsveld, and the evidence that he gave at the TRC hearing in the Eastern Cape, that I sent him down to do a recce or give advice on the killing of, I believe it was Geniwe or the Pepco 3 or some of those people, I have absolutely no idea what he is talking about. And when Mr. Bezos probes you further, you say, I don't think that if I was involved in an operation to Hull 8, you recall that it was Mr. van Jaarsveld's evidence that he was sent down to advise on the taking out of Mr. Geniwe. You state, I don't think that if I was involved in an operation to Hull 8 or take out Matthews Geniwe in 1984, that I would have sent that particular officer. That was not his forte, Mr. Chairman. Can you just explain what you meant by that was not his forte?
Mr. Chairman, my lady, Jaap van Jaarsveld was a young lieutenant when he joined my unit. He was a theologian. He was working in strategic communication. And the idea that I would have used somebody with his knowledge and experience and lack of operational ability or experience to do such a job is inconceivable, given the fact that as everybody knows, I've been involved in various other operations, such as the London bombing, and we had at our disposal people who would have been far more competent to do that type of or to carry out that type of instruction. That is the point I was trying to make, and that it's almost ludicrous to think that I would send a young, inexperienced, non-operational officer to go to the Eastern Cape and talk to the security branch, the headquarters, and then in a hotspot like Cradock, to give people like that advice. It wouldn't have happened, and it didn't happen.
So, for those kinds of missions, you would have sent experienced people who had done this type of thing before, individuals who had been in operations in which targets had been eliminated.
My lady, one of the, I would almost call it strange aspects of Jaap van Jaarsveld's evidence is the fact that he didn't seem to know who Saki van Sail was. Saki van Sail was a hardened ex-Kufut operator, and for anybody to think that I would have sent young Jaap van Jaarsveld to give Saki van Sail advice or instructions on how somebody should be taken out is, as I said, my lady, ludicrous.
You say that Mr. van Jaarsveld You say he didn't know who Saki van Zyl was?
From the way that I read his evidence, in the beginning he didn't even seem to know that the person that he was going with was Saki van Zyl. And he obviously didn't know Saki van Zyl's reputation or position.
Yes.
And Saki van Zyl outranked him anyway.
Well, my recollection of Mr. van Jaarsveld's evidence before the Truth Commission is that Mr. van Zyl travelled with Mr. van Jaarsveld on that particular mission.
That's correct.
Yes. And there was some dispute about that. I don't want to dive into the paperwork, which will take up time, but my learned friends will correct me if I'm wrong. But when Mr. van Jaarsveld was asked to identify Mr. van Zyl, he was able to do so in that hearing. And the Amnesty Committee was satisfied that he knew who Mr. van Zyl was, and that Mr. van Zyl had been on that mission with him.
Yes, I accept that. But what I was saying is that Jaap van Jaarsveld didn't seem to know, when I say who Captain Saki van Zyl is, the type of the man with the type of experience that Saki van Zyl had.
So you won't be surprised to hear that Mr. van Jaarsveld disagrees with you. And if I can refer you to Mr. van Jaarsveld's evidence, Melody, I'm now quoting from the Amnesty hearing of Mr. van Jaarsveld. It's in volume D, at page 1015. I'll just quote what he says so that we don't have to scramble to find the document. It might be in that in that bundle, but I'll quote verbatim. Mr. Boyens, who was also representing an implicated person, asked Mr. van Jaarsveld, "Yes, I'm talking about them, but it seems as if it's almost 80 to 100 pages. Okay, fine, thank you. Mr. van Jaarsveld, I'm asking you a general question, and I don't expect from you to go into detail. The order that you got from Craig Williamson, was that a strange order, the order to go and see if this person can be killed or not?" And Mr. van Jaarsveld responds, "Mr. Chairperson, no. At that stage, a lot of that type of actions did occur in our country. These things started from as early as in the 1970s, and then there's the intervention." So Mr. van Jaarsveld is suggesting that this was not a strange order for him to have received at that time. Your response?
My lady, my response is similar, I think, to what I said before, and that is I cannot comment on what Jaap van Jaarsveld's motivation is for what he said, but that type of comment that has just been quoted to me is a generalized comment that we all know that this type of political and counter-political violence was happening in South Africa. But my unit never was involved in any internal counter-revolutionary violence. And Mr. van Jaarsveld was never sent to go and do any scoping, as he called it, or recce by me on Mr. Gonewe.
So you describe Mr. van Jaarsveld, as an academic, I suppose a desk person, not involved in these types of operations. We've looked into his background, and in particular his various amnesty applications, and these span between 1986 and 1987. Of course, this is post the Cradock 4, but it does seem that at some point in fact, he became quite an operative in the field. Milady, I'm not going to go through the amnesty applications, but they are in L1 under item 12. But just to summarize, he applied for amnesty for offences involving some 25 crimes, which included 12 killings. So that doesn't seem to suggest to us, at least, that this was a mere academic.
He was not. All his applications for acts of amnesty were after his. He was no longer involved in under my command, and I actually. I mean, again, my lady, it doesn't help to speculate, but I think that the fact that in later times he did get involved in these type of actions that he applied for amnesty for probably motivated his original or his amnesty application or his allegation about the Goniwe matter.
Yes. Just for the record, milady, his applications involved the Ribeira murders. That was in December of '86. The murder of Pete Ntuli in July of '86. And then the Kwandebele incident in which 9 activists were murdered. So is it your evidence, Mr. Williamson, that while he was with you, he was an academic, and then post that he went into the field and engaged in these kinds of activities?
While he was with me, he was a desk officer, my lady. And in 1986, I was already gone from the security branch, and I was in the military intelligence.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that you were associated with those particular crimes.
Yes, my lady, and I think he in fact left security branch head office and was working perhaps in the Northern Transvaal branch. He was no longer at head office.
So, if I hear your evidence correctly, the nature of the request was not unusual. It's just that the person involved is not the kind of person you would have sent.
And it would have been unusual also, my lady, for my section to have been asked to do that. It was not our job. If they'd asked me to organise that for somebody in Gaborone or in Francistown, yes, that would have not surprised me. But inside the country, responsibility for everything, and perhaps when we get to what you mentioned about the line structure of command, we'll get to it, but my unit was not involved in internal activities and wouldn't have been parachuted in to advise a local security branch on how to do things.
You mentioned that his superior was somebody by the name of Vic McPherson.
That's correct, my lady.
And since this is a truth-seeking inquiry, is there a possibility that it was Vic McPherson, not you, who sent Van Jaarsveld to the Eastern Cape?
You're not calling for the witnesses' speculation in this regard, Mr. Vanier?
Well, I am asking the witness if it's a possibility that Mr. Van Jaarsveld got mixed up, that he did carry out the mission to the Eastern Cape, but that the possibility arises that it wasn't Mr. Williamson, but his immediate superior, Mr. McPherson, who sent him down there?
Yes, can you provide any assistance?
My lady, the very fact that Mr. van Jaarsveld said in his amnesty application that they'd thrown a stone through Janet Cherry's car window illustrates to me that he had probably been sent to the Eastern Cape by Captain Vic McPherson, who was the head of the Strategic Communication Branch, because that's exactly the type of foolishness that the Strategic Communication Branch carried out.
So you're putting up the possibility that it was McPherson who sent him down, because that was one of the incidents, the brick through the Janet Cherry car.
I can't say anything definitely, my lady, but that's a reasonable speculation.
So, as I understand you, you're not disputing that he went down to do this mission?
No, I've never said, I never dispute that he went to the Eastern Cape and that he was there on that particular day, because it's corroborated by the fact that he did break that window of that car. What that tells me is that there's a typical strategic communication activity, usually carried out after a braai with a lot of brandies and cokes.
Just on that score, so that does illustrate that there were people in your section doing work internally, not just externally.
Well, he was there as an advisor, or to be mentored, or to see what was going on the ground. And then, of course, he gets involved with the people that are doing the work on the ground, the security branches. And what they then get up to, they get up to. But he was never, and smashing leftist activist car windows is one thing, but he was not sent there to do a recce on Goniwe or anybody else with any instruction to work out how best to take him out. That didn't happen.
Just removing yourself from the equation for the moment, are you disputing, are you denying that he went to the Eastern Cape to scope out the best way of killing? Are you saying that did not happen?
That did not happen, my lady.
Even though you concede that he was in the Eastern Cape at that time?
Yes, my lady, I don't deny he was in the Eastern Cape at that time.
So in the evidence of Mr. Van Zyl, and lady, this is at volume D, page 162, in his amnesty testimony, he is asked by Mr. Boyens about whether he travelled with Mr. Van Jaarsveld to do this scoping exercise. And interestingly enough, Mr. Williamson, he doesn't deny it. He says, I just can't remember. And he says it's unlikely, but I can't remember. But he doesn't deny that he travelled with Mr. Van Jaarsveld to do this exercise.
Well, my lady, I can't speculate on whether they were carrying out the exercise, the scoping exercise that's alleged, or whether they were merely showing Mr. Van Jaarsveld the situation on the ground in the Eastern Cape. But similarly to myself, I'm pretty sure that if Saki van Zyl had been given or had been told that was the task that Van Jaarsveld was there to do, he would probably have remembered. same as I said in my amnesty application, that had I ever given such an instruction, I would have remembered it. And I don't, because it didn't happen.
So, Mr. Williamson, the Amnesty Committee found Mr. van Jaarsveld in its decision to be a credible witness. It accepted that he had travelled to Port Elizabeth and then on to Cradock to do this scoping exercise. And he was granted amnesty for his role in the Cradock 4 murders. Are you saying that the Amnesty Committee got it wrong?
The Amnesty Committee based their decision on the evidence that was presented to them, and they made a decision. It's not for me to say whether it was wrong or not, my lady.
Well, except it directly contradicts your evidence.
Yes.
Presumably you are saying that the Amnesty Committee got it wrong.
When it comes to the so-called scoping exercise, which didn't happen, he got amnesty for something that didn't happen, and he's not the only one who got amnesty for things that didn't happen.
Mr. Williamson, like my learner friends for the state and the community, we have to put it to you that on this score, you are not being frank and honest with this court. We need to put it to you that we will be arguing that you were in fact asked to send on the 19th of March 1984. And that individual was in fact Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld, who reported back on the best way of taking out Mr. Ganiwe. That will be our argument before this honourable court. Your response?
I regret that argument, but it's incorrect. And as far as I'm concerned, I think as somebody who's been a reasonably high-ranking security police officer, military intelligence officer, and National Party politician, I can't think of anybody else that has gone to the lengths that I've gone to with the TRC, with the special hearings, to try and explain why what was done and why what was done. And perhaps it was wrong of me and incorrect to have ignored Jaap van Jaarsveld's allegation as so absurd that I shrugged it off and I didn't bother, because I had much bigger problems to deal with at the TRC. But all I can do, my lady, is assure the court that Mr. van Jaarsveld's version that I sent him to do a scoping operation on Ganiwe in 1984 is devoid of all truth.
Mr. Williamson, when you applied for amnesty, I want to elicit your response to this. The cases that were high in your mind were the ones that you had a direct involvement in, such as the London bombings and such as the murders of the Skuans and Ruth First. Is there not a possibility that some 12, 14 years later, that had completely slipped your mind? After all, your role was limited to simply sending somebody down to do a scoping exercise. And then thereafter, nothing happened. In fact, nothing happened for nearly 15 months. That could simply have slipped off your radar completely.
My lady, given everything else that I applied for amnesty for, had this happened, I would have dealt with it. And the reason I didn't is because I didn't feel that I had any reason to apply for amnesty for it. And once I got the letter from the TRC, I did apply my mind to it, and I regarded it as so ridiculous that I couldn't really be bothered with it, which, as I said, was probably a mistake, but given everything else that I was involved in at the time, I beg your indulgence for that.
Yes. Well, we will argue that it is likely that you took the view at that time, when you were considering the amnesty process, that your connection to this case was tenuous and couldn't be proved and didn't require an application.
My attitude was that I'm not going to apply for amnesty for something that didn't happen.
Let's now move to talking about the chain of command. And perhaps we can begin with your submission to the State Security Council, which was quite an illuminating submission that you made. This is the one, Milady, titled Aspects of State Counter-Revolutionary Warfare Principles and Strategy, Republic of South Africa in the 1980s, which was made on the 9th of October 1997. I take it that you do regard yourself as quite knowledgeable on this topic, counter-revolutionary warfare principles and strategy, at least as it pertained to South Africa in the 80s.
So, my lady, I can't call myself an expert, but I have practical experience, and I did study academically this type of strategic matters.
And just to assist the court, and here I'd like you to be brief if you can, you make reference to the State Security Council and its National Security Management System, and that these were part and parcel of a counterinsurgency campaign called the Total Strategy. Can you just explain to the court what this Total Strategy was in brief?
My lady, the way I understood it was that the revolutionary onslaught on South Africa was in every aspect of civil life, and that the response to this couldn't just be a military and police response. It had to be coordinated across all other aspects of government, and that's why I understood that the State Security Council and the management system came about in order that the state's counter-revolutionary strategy was applied right across the whole of government, every aspect of government, political, military, economic, social, etc., my lady.
And in your submission, as well as in testimony that you have provided to the Truth Commission, can you explain to the court where the State Security Council was situated in the decision-making process?
Well, in my knowledge, my lady, the State Security Council was basically a subcommittee of the Cabinet and dealt with everything related to state security. And there was a secretariat that was, I think we already covered this, staffed by seconded officers from various state departments, and that the various inputs from the various departments went through to the Secretariat of the State Security Council, and their policy proposals and documents were put together, submitted to the actual State Security Council, and the State Security Council itself then decided, like I heard yesterday, Mr. De Beer saying that it would be referred then to Cabinet, because after that there would be the be-all and the end-all of the decision making was at the top, was at the Cabinet and at the State President.
So there was a level above the State Security Council, which included Cabinet. Were there any other structures that sat perhaps above the State Security Council?
Not that I'm aware of.
For example, would there have been special Cabinet committees on particular topics?
Yes, you mean like KIK, Coördinerende Inligtingskomitee. I think where only the military head, the police head, and the intelligence head sat.
Yes, for example, could you translate that for the court, please?
KIK, K-I-K is Coördinerende Inligtingskomitee. It's Coordinating Intelligence Committee. I hope I'm correct.
That's okay, we won't hold you to that translation. So that committee had, there were certain cabinet ministers sitting on that committee.
No, I think that was Directors General.
Directors General. So that would have been lower than cabinet.
Yes, but as you said, sort of between the State Security Council and the Cabinet.
Right. And then attached to Cabinet itself, were there special Cabinet committees ever established to look at particular issues, for example, such as deciding what operations to take against individual persons?
Not that I'm aware of at Cabinet level. Before my time, I don't know, my lady, whether we're being referring to Trevitz.
You can talk about Trevitz, yes?
That was established after I had already left, but there was in fact, we did discuss about the military intelligence officers who were based at the security branch head office. Before Trevitz, there was an informal target identification, if you like to call it, grouping. And I mentioned also before in my evidence, my lady, the terrorist album. There was an album which had the photographs and biographical details of hundreds, if not thousands, of suspects, people involved in revolutionary activity. And so there was a structure, people who were specifically working on that type of activity, identification of specific individuals.
Which included targets for elimination.
Yes, my lady.
And can you just explain to the court Trevitz, what does Trevitz mean?
Teen revolutionaire task centrum or something, a counter-revolutionary task center or some such thing.
But it was essentially a body that dealt with target identification.
Identifying specific individuals involved in the in revolutionary activities.
As I understand your evidence, that was set up towards the end of 1985, but you were involved in the predecessor.
In its predecessor, yes, when it was less formal. Like military intelligence had people sitting at security branch head office, and there were national intelligence people, so everybody was just pooling as intelligence came in on individuals, especially when individuals were captured and interrogated. That information was all sent through.
And when you were involved, where did this body sit? Which officers?
You mean the informal one before?
The informal one, yes.
Partly in security head office in Pretoria. There was also an office at a military police base somewhere in Pretoria.
Now, the Truth Commission reached a finding, and we'll pull it out shortly, that in the beginning, this body, which you were involved in and subsequently transformed into Travis, initially selected targets of individuals across the border or overseas, but that by the mid-1980s, it was also doing so internally. Is that a correct finding?
I believe so. My involvement and the involvement of my sections was solely involved on identification of people outside the country, because that's where we were operating.
Yes. Well, I will pull a few references on that score shortly. But perhaps if we can just finish up with your useful submission to the Truth Commission, and if I can refer you to page 7, paragraph 5.8 at the bottom. And this is as part of the discussion of the state security system at the time and its structures. You say, alongside all of the above, the state and its security forces maintained and expanded their secret abilities to attack their enemies without necessarily having to accept responsibility for what was done. The basis of such operations in the grey zone was deniability. Can you explain to the court what you meant by that?
My lady, this wasn't a unique South African approach. In many revolutionary situations, particularly in countries where some or other form of the rule of law exists and there are democratic principles, often the security forces feel that the revolutionaries take advantage of the rights that they have through the democratic rule of law that exists in the very society that they are trying to destroy. And we're talking now theoretically, and the fact is that it's basically, in many instances, an accepted counter-revolutionary procedure to go outside the rule of law and attack the revolutionary enemy directly, even if this is in effect illegal. And that is the basis, was the basis of our TRC, that we went and confessed which type of these actions were in fact carried out.
But which, when you talk about the grey zone of deniability, what do you specifically mean? Is it putting the security forces, or perhaps the senior personnel, maybe even the politicians, in a position where they can deny what went down? Is that what you mean by the grey zone of deniability?
Yes, my lady. In most instances, the 11th commandment was, "Thou shalt not be found out," and there was usually a story, a cover story, and so when something happened, there was what was regarded as a reasonable explanation, but not the truth. And I made very clear, I don't know whether it's this submission, but I did say at the TRC that the political leadership in our country abrogated their responsibility and deliberately created the situation that they could say they didn't see. They had blinkers on, and they evaded any way that they would get or be held to legal responsibility. And as I said, that it's not unique to South Africa. You see it in most, specifically counter-revolutionary warfare, wherever it's happened.
Yes.
So the cover story would be aimed at denying this true state of affairs. Of
Yes,
what happened.
yes. There would be an acceptable, reasonable cover story. So people would say, "Oh well, this happened, and this is why it happened," which was not true.
Yes. We certainly want to return to the role of the politicians, but while we're on cover stories, let's return to the Cradock 4 case. In this instance, the story that was put out publicly at the time was that the Cradock 4 deaths were the result of internal faction fighting between the United Democratic Front and a body by the name of the ZAPO. And in fact, there were tensions between those bodies in the Eastern Cape and elsewhere. And that story was put out by the police at the time. Do you recall that?
I do, my lady.
And where would that cover story have been hatched?
That would have been Stratcom, my lady, strategic communication. Or if it was a military operation, it was called ComOps, communication operations.
And we know of a Stratcom within the State Security Council, but understand in your division there was also a strategic communications department.
Yes, it went all the way down to all the different, right down to security branch level.
I see. So it was part of, I suppose, the chain of command from the State Security Council.
It was
through the security branch, your department, and then down to provinces and towns.
Yes, it was a strategy, and so, like other strategies, it was implemented right through.
So anybody within that Stratcom chain could conceivably have come up with that story and passed it on to the police in the Eastern Cape.
Or maybe the local police there came up with. Somewhere it came up and it would have been somehow communicated, this is the story, so make sure your agents working in the media feed them that story. So then you get a story that informed sources say that, And then the SABC says that that's how it works.
And so it becomes official in the,
Yes.
at least in the public media.
Yes.
And you carry on at the page, at the top of page 8 in your submission to the TRC. It is for this reason that specific chains of responsibility will in many instances be impossible to determine. The operational procedures were designed by people who knew the law in order to circumvent proof of legal responsibility by the deed by the upper echelon. And perhaps just let me quote another paragraph on the same theme in 5.9. With the benefit of hindsight, it appears that the upper echelons, especially the politicians, were so keen to be at legal arm's length from covert action that they abdicated their responsibility to exercise close operational supervision of such actions. Now, that seems to strike a resonance with the case before this Honourable Court, because there is evidence that there was communication between Eastern Province Command, the Joint Management Centre, locally known as the JMC, with the Secretariat at the State Security Council in Pretoria. We don't have evidence, though, that famous signal that no doubt you're aware of, the so-called permanent removal signal sent on the 7th of June 1985, whether in fact it served before the council itself. So we now seek your help, Mr. Williamson. When you talk about chains of responsibility and you talk about legal arm's length, can you apply those concepts to what was happening in this particular case, where we are short of information, but we know that there was communication between the Joint Management Committee and the Secretariat of the State Security Council in Pretoria?
Yeah, my lady, I mean, obviously I stand behind everything I've said to the TRC and in this document. And I think that everybody who was involved at that time knew that the last thing that would be done would be to, in any public forum like State Security Council committee or so on, make any radical proposal for example, to eliminate or neutralize or kill. And that everything was discussed with, I mean, the nomenclature used was like, I mean, I watched the videos that were presented to the court. Were designed to, as far as I'm concerned, well, they were basically, everybody knew what they meant, but it was like a smokescreen, and where I say that the lack of operational control is because the people didn't have, they suffered from LMF, lack of moral fiber, and they weren't prepared to actually say what specifically they wanted done. So they made it so vague and all-encompassing, and then washed their hands of it and left it up to the individual security force people. And that's where they lost operational control. Because, my lady, the fact is that not all acts
signal of that nature that is sent from the head of the Joint Management Committee to the Secretariat, and in this case for the permanent removal of particular individuals, what would be the procedure in terms of the handling of that signal at the Secretariat?
My lady, I can only speculate. I was not involved, but obviously that is quite a serious report coming from the ground level to the Secretariat, saying that we have a very serious situation, and the following, we are suggesting the following action, and that action would have been then discussed within the Secretariat, and proposals would have been made to the State Security Council itself. That the same procedure would have followed any report sent from local level through to the Secretariat, to the State Security Council.
And were all discussions at the State Security Council minuted and recorded, or with some off the books, so to speak?
I have no idea, my lady. I know a lot was minuted because we've all been at the Armed Forces hearing. We were presented with various documents from the State Security Council, which I'd personally never seen before.
Yes.
But it was all collated and minuted.
Let's return to the so-called line functions or command. I think it is your evidence before the TRC that typically requests such as this one would go up the chain of command and then in effect down the other side. But if I understand your evidence correctly, and perhaps later we'll extract it, you have suggested that wasn't always the case. that at times it wasn't only vertical, it was also horizontal, perhaps between the Secretariat and various divisions within the security apparatus.
Yes, my lady, particularly where further information was required, that there would be requests then to get some more information and present it through to the Secretariat.
And I think you mentioned earlier that the Secretariat itself was dominated by security officers, particularly military officers, but it also included police officers or security branch officers.
And national intelligence.
And national intelligence.
Which is another point that I've made, my lady, is that all documents were drafted by those types of officers, all trained in a specific discipline, which was counter-revolutionary warfare. And it's pretty surprising to me, my lady, that the politicians never, I mean, some of them have turned around afterwards and said, oh, well, they didn't understand what some of this terminology meant, but they're the people who appointed those officers to do that job, and one would have thought that there's a clear understanding of I mean, if a report comes up and uses certain terminology, that the politically responsible people should understand what the document means.
And while we're talking about politicians, politicians such as the late President F.W. de Klerk and others, they have gone on record quite often stating that at their level they didn't know what was going on. They had no idea that operations like the Cradock 4 murders were being carried out by police officers. Is that part of this legal arm's length that you're talking about?
Yes, my lady, making sure that legal responsibility for what happened couldn't be pinned on them, or couldn't easily be pinned on them.
And while we're discussing politicians, and you watched the video in which the late Mr. Adrian Vlok was questioned in an Al Jazeera documentary, and he gave his view on the infamous signal. We don't have to repeat that view here. It's on the record. But there was another meeting of the State Security Council not long after the signal had been sent. So that signal was sent on the 7th of June. And then there was a State Security Council meeting in Cape Town on the 10th of June. It took place at Tuinhuis. My lady, this is in volume H at page 439. And just given the timing, I'd like to put this extract to you and ask you some questions on it. It's titled Agenda Item 3, Sake voortspruitend uit die notulen. Item 1, inlichting, voorlichting, gesprek met GBS voorzitters. And that's a reference to the Joint Management Committee chairpersons. Adjunct Minister Vlok doen verslag dat hy met die GBS voorsitters gesels het en dat dit duidelik was dat hulle soms probleme het dat departemente verteenwoordigers nie die nodige opdragte of delegasies het om op eie initiatief op te tree nie. Die sekretariat het nou gereël dat waar sulke optredes dringend noodsaaklik is, die GBS voorsitters hulle planne direk aan die betrokke departments voorlê by 'n vergadering waar adjunct minister Vlok ook teenwoordig is en waar departemente dan saam besin oor die beste optrede. Hy spreek die vertroue uit dat die metode snelle optrede deur betrokke departemente sal bewerkstellig. Now, our understanding of that extract is that Minister Vlok said that there were urgent issues with the local JMCs and that they needed the necessary delegations in order to take their own initiatives. And do you agree that this is a curious item agenda where Minister Vlok says he will be addressing this with the JMCs? We find it curious because Brigadier Joffel van der Westhuizen, who was the chair of the JMC in the Eastern Cape and was in fact the individual who sent off not sent off, but authorised the 7 June signal. Barely 3 days later, we have the State Security Council in the form of Minister Vlok saying that he's now going to get the necessary delegations so that the JMCs can effectively take their own initiatives. Do you agree that that timing is no coincidence?
My lady, it's impossible for me to comment, but I wasn't involved, but it appears to me that people were trying to short-circuit things and carry that maybe the entire state security process was a bit, Afrikaans word would be lomp, was a bit, and so there were some easier ways or quicker ways.
Yes. And then less than 3 weeks later, the murders are in fact carried out. And people involved, or at least people who authorised it, individuals such as Harold Snyman, who at the time was head of security branch in Port Elizabeth, and some others, in fact, were part of the local JMC. So we see a thread running through these circumstances. Do you see a similar thread?
My lady, I certainly can't deny that there's such a thread.
And perhaps just the last quote from your submission to the TRC. That's the one dated 9 October 1997. You said, my security force colleagues and I did not see, we're on page 10, lady. My security force colleagues and I did not see the liberation movements and their members as fellow citizens of our society. We regarded them as an alien enemy which threatened our society. Our job was to eliminate that threat. Would that passage, Mr. Williamson, aptly describe the operation that was carried out against the Cradock 4?
My lady, in 1961, the South African Communist Party declared war on the state, and the state reacted. And over years, the threat increased and state reaction increased, and we got to a situation where we were basically in a civil war. And there's a famous saying that politics is war without bloodshed. war is politics with bloodshed. And we were in a war. And the revolutionary enemy was not only threatening the stability of the state. I mean, we've all heard the evidence of the situation in the Eastern Cape at that time. But there was also, there were acts of revolutionary violence. There were car bombs, there were limpet mines, there were land mines, there were hand grenades, there were shootings. And we got to the situation that the goal was to eliminate the enemy. And the enemy was clearly defined. And the enemy were trying to eliminate us, and we were trying to eliminate them.
So would you say the sentiment expressed here would accord with the manner in which the Cradock 4 was...
The Cradock 4 would have been seen as key revolutionaries involved in the situation at that time in the Eastern Cape. And again, I can refer to Mr. van Jaarsveld's evidence. I only for the first time saw it now recently, where he refers to a G document. And I have no knowledge of that document, but if it is what he described it to be, that would explain that these people were seen to be part of a key part of one has to understand that revolution isn't only violent. Politics, the most powerful political influence on earth is public opinion. And the ANC and the Communist Party and Mkhonto we never had a chance. They couldn't overthrow the state. They didn't have the military power to overthrow the state. But they had the political power to work with the public opinion to almost bring the state to a standstill. I always used, when I gave lectures, I used to use the example of the Shah of Iran. And I used to ask my colleagues, what do you think the Shah of Iran's security forces could do when 1 million people just sat in front of them and said, no, you can't go, no more, we're not going to accept this. And if you've got people who are a serious threat and who are capable of bringing an area, or whether it be small or large, of the country into a revolutionary situation, it doesn't surprise me that somebody decided to eliminate them.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Just on that score, and since you've raised the G document, or it's more commonly known as the G plan, there is evidence before this Honourable Court that the G plan was devised by the late Matthew Guniwe, together with his comrades, to mobilise the Eastern Cape community through street committees, village and town committees, and they also had their own provincial structure. And their activities included things such as school boycotts on occasion, consumer boycotts, protests, but at other times negotiations and the like. So in this paragraph, when you speak of alien enemies which threatened our society, I take it you're not simply referring to combatants, but you're also referring to individuals who in this case might have been a headmaster, school teachers, working for the municipality in other cases, but because they were very successful in mobilizing the community, and in Mr. Ganiwa's case, in Mr. Kalata's case and the others, potentially the whole region, that they were a legitimate target for elimination.
Yes, because mass mobilization could have brought the country to a standstill. It could have, that was the aim and objective of the ANC, because they knew very well that they weren't going to overthrow the state with Mkhonto we Sizwe. That mass mobilization, trade unions were the biggest part of their arsenal.
And to reinforce your point, there is evidence before the amnesty committees, for those who have applied for amnesty for this incident, that other efforts to neutralize Mr. Ganiwa and his colleagues had failed. For example, security detentions, restrictions, court processes, those efforts were not working, and therefore they had to be eliminated because they had run out of avenues to pursue.
Makes sense, my lady.
Milady, I see it's almost 1 p.m. Would this be a good opportunity for the lunch adjournment?
You still have more questions to ask?
I still have some more questions, Milady.
Will I check for lunch to resume at 2 o'clock?
Please.
All right.
They must have known what the true facts were. Do you agree with the statement of Brigadier Cronje that these reports went through his own head office and then up to the State Security Council, and so claims of denial from the level of the State Security Council are not to be believed?
Once again, my lady, I can't out of my own knowledge comment on Brigadier Cronje's statement, but it accords with the experience that I had, and I once, in fact, gave evidence, I think at a TRC hearing or somewhere, where I actually asked, who do these politicians think are killing all these ANC people who get blown up in Swaziland when they start their car? Did they think it was the fairies?
Yes, I do recall that quote from you. And in fact, the TRC does quote you talking about information getting into political hands. And that's at paragraph 362. Applicant Craig Williamson, who was a political appointee in the President's Council in the late 1980s, commented, and they quote you, "Once it got up to the NGBS, in brackets NJMC, and I assume that's National Joint Monitoring Committee, an SSC structure, it became the political control level where a deputy minister then received the information from the civil service below. And when I say civil service, I include the security forces. And this information was then fed up via the work committee and the State Security Council. And on a political level, I believe directly either to Cabinet or to the State President. Once the information had arrived at the NGBS and then to the State Security Council, the information was in political hands." So what was the point that you were trying to get across to the Truth Commission when you spoke about that information getting into political hands?
My lady, then it became a political decision. It was the decision of what further action was going to happen was a political one.
Mr. Williamson, if we can turn to some interesting comments you made, in fact, during your amnesty hearing. Milady, we're now referring to volume L1, item 6, and it deals with day 6 of Mr. Williamson's amnesty hearing. And I think you make some important comments in relation to how instructions came from the State Security Council and the line function. So Mr. du Plessis puts a question to you. And Mr. Williamson, obviously not each and every decision could have been diverted straight up through all the channels to Cabinet to deal with it. There was a delegation of powers, and certain ranks of officers had jurisdiction to make decisions on their own. Isn't that so? And you respond, yes, Chairman. I attempted also previously in my evidence to sketch that situation and to say that when it came, we had first to take the line function that we, as part of the SAP, and that part of the line function obviously was focused, or certain units were focused specifically on the revolutionary onslaught. And because the revolutionary onslaught was of such preoccupation, not only to ourselves but to everybody in government, certain special structures, as we have discussed, and we saw the video this morning, relating to the National Management System and the National Security Management System, everything were put in place. And I did give the example, I think yesterday, of a time where if I was sent to a meeting of a subcommittee of the Secretariat of the State Security Council, that I would be told, for example, there is a problem. Go and find out what it is and do whatever you can to solve that problem. Now, I assume the reason I'd been sent to the meeting is that because my chief, who had sent me to the meeting, had already in brief been told what the problem was, and he had decided that I and or my section could assist in solving this problem. And I said, and I repeat, that in a fast-moving world, and particularly when you are dealing sometimes with the revolutionary situation, with activities relating to that, one had to move with speed. And perhaps let's just pause there. So it does seem that from time to time you would have direct contact with the Secretariat of the State Security Council to discuss issues of concern.
Yes, my lady. When, as I said there, when the order had come through my line function, had obviously come from a discussion at either the Secretariat or the State Security Council, that there's a particular issue that needs to be looked at, they would then find a suitable unit or officer to deal with it.
And it seems from the next quote that there was some flexibility worked into the system. It was standard procedure that we weren't, I don't know what word to use, certainly it is not that we were in any way competing with each other or hostile to each other. But once we were working as a team, and I'll say maybe a member of my unit or the intelligence unit of the security police, and then some military officers or some national intelligence officers or whoever it was working now with a problem that was being dealt with in a different line function, the line function of the state, the Secretariat of the State Security Council. I, and the example I gave, I did not go, once I heard what the problem was, I did not go back to my brigadier and ask him to go through all the structures to find out whether finally the whole State Security Council agreed or would give me an order to carry out a certain function. The decision was, for example, surveillance must be carried out on this particular individual now, and that I was sent. I was told this is what needs to be done. I issued the instructions. They were done. I must say, Mr. Williamson, it does seem that you were asked to carry out, for example, surveillance on an individual, not named in this particular instance, you're only giving an example. But that seemed to be not an unusual request to come from the Secretariat of the State Security Council.
No, my lady. It would all depend on the specific problem that had to be dealt with. In my instance, for example, there was a problem with the Mozambique situation when after the Inquest Accord, and we had covert support for Renamo. There was a specific individual who was causing problems, and I was tasked to put surveillance on this person and to try and stop his interference in the process of the Inquest Accord. That's the type of thing, the type of order that came through because of something that was being dealt with at State Security Council level, came back through the Secretariat saying we need extra help or input, and then some or other unit would be tasked to give that assistance or input.
You mentioned in your response that the National Intelligence Service was involved in these operations. What do you typically play?
My lady, all the intelligence agencies had sources, agents, officers, all working in the same pool, as it were. So there had to be some coordination to avoid what all too often happens, not only happened in South Africa, but happens internationally, where you get intelligence agencies tripping over each other and probably, to the detriment of the overall goal. So it has to be properly coordinated.
Then Mr. du Plessis puts another question to you, and Mr. Williamson, for instance. Let us say that you obtained information about armed insurgents having crossed the border. Would it have been necessary to consult Cabinet or the State Security Council to take action before somebody could take action against them, or would that decision have been made by lower ranking officers? In your response, no, Mr. Chairman, that would in all likelihood have been made by lower ranking officers, because that would have been absolutely in the line function of those officers. So it seems that you and your teams did have authority to take certain actions within South Africa, and you wouldn't necessarily have to go up the chain of command to get that authority.
Well, my lady, it wouldn't have been my teams that would have taken the action. My teams would have reported that this incursion is going to happen, and it would have been either military or police teams that would have reacted to that.
And you mentioned, I think, in response to questions put to you this morning, the difference between intelligence officers and agents, and you've given us that distinction. Were you aware of any such agents being placed in Cradock or Lingalishlet, the township next to Cradock?
Not specifically, my lady.
Now, we have spoken about Trevitz earlier, and you've confirmed that Trevitz was a target identification center or system, and that you weren't personally involved in the Trevitz itself, but with its predecessor. And I had asked you also whether there were cabinet committees that controlled the activities of a group such as Trevitz. Were you aware of a special cabinet committee that oversaw the work of Trevitz?
No, my lady.
Because there does seem to be evidence, and we'll have to investigate further, that there was such a special cabinet committee, which included cabinet ministers and not just security ministers. But you say you have no knowledge of that?
No, no recollection of that, my lady.
And in the same hearing, on page 13, so this is still day 6, you were answering questions put to you by Mr. du Plessis. And perhaps I'll just read it to you and seek your comment. Mr. du Plessis says, "Now, Mr. Williamson, let us come to other examples where this happened. In respect of, I'm going to put it to you, and I'm just going to ask you that accords with your experience of how the command structure and orders happened. In the Zero hand grenade incident, I don't know if you recall that incident which became known as 00 hand grenade.
In eastern Johannesburg.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, my lady.
correct me if I'm wrong, but this was an incident in which security police booby-trapped hand grenades, which went off, killing a number of people. Is that your recollection?
That's correct, my lady.
So in the Zero hand grenade incident, evidence was given before the committee that General Lachranji gave an order to General van der Merwe at that time to execute that operation, which order came down from General van der Merwe to Brigadier Cronje, Colonel de Kock, Colonel Venter, right down to Joe Mamasela. Now, General van der Merwe, as I understand it, was the head of the security branch at that time, and General Coetzee was Commissioner of Police. In that incident, General Coetzee was excluded from the line of command. Do you have any comment on that? In your response, I think, Mr. Chairman, the question related to General Lachranji. I think that must be Minister Lachranji. I think you're correct on that score. No, I don't even think I was in the police at that stage. I have no comment. I cannot comment. It's perfectly possible that General Coetzee was in or out of the chain of command. And Mr. du Plessis says, well, that was 1985. The same happened in 1985 when Minister Lachranji was involved in a discussion in the Eastern Cape in respect of or where certain security policemen were present. Harold Snyman, Herman du Plessis were present there, and as a result of the discussion that took place there, they took action which resulted in the PEPCO incident and the Ganiwe incident. In that incident, people between the minister, such as the head of the security police and the commissioner, was not involved in the line of command. Your response? Again, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't involved. I can't comment beyond saying it is possible, but I can make personally in the office to deal with this specific matter. Neither my group head nor the commanding officer were present. I was sent to deal with the minister. You recall that exchange in the amnesty hearing?
I do,
yes.
my lady.
In response to that interaction between Minister Lachranji and certain security policemen, you indicated that you weren't involved then, you had no knowledge.
Yeah, I was at that time already moving out of the SAP. Yeah.
But then you said there was at least one occasion where you were sent personally or directly to Minister Lachranji's office to deal with a specific matter that neither your group head or commanding officer were present. Do you recall what that one matter was?
I'm afraid I don't think I do, my lady. Two possibilities. I don't know which. Maybe the London bomb. The other possibility was the murder of the Ribeiros, which was a political problem because the security branch had, and murder and robbery had in fact identified that it was military intelligence personnel who had been involved. So it could have been either of those two that I was asked to brief the minister on serious political repercussions that could or could not occur.
Yes. And by coincidence, one of the applications for amnesty that Jaap van Jaarsveld did was in relation to the Ribeiro murders, where he admitted that he was an accessory after the fact. He helped to cover up those crimes. Were you aware of that?
I'm aware the security branch covered it up, yes, my lady.
And were you aware of the involvement of Jaap van Jaarsveld?
Not particularly, my lady. It was... It wasn't... I mean, I was at a different level. It was done on the ground, yeah.
So there is evidence before the Amnesty Committee that Harold Snyman, who in 1985 was the security branch commander of the Port Elizabeth area, together with other individuals, in fact the individuals mentioned in the paragraph Mr. Du Plessis put to you, that they did meet with Minister Louis Lachranji, who was Law and Order Minister at the time. And according to Harold Snyman in his amnesty application, he was told to make a plan with the Cradock 4, and he interpreted that as eliminating the Cradock 4. So that does seem to back up the notion that was put to you that these instructions came in different forms. It didn't always come down the official channel, but sometimes took place in a one-to-one meeting, or perhaps in other meetings.
Yes, my lady, with people who were senior within these different structures. So it was taken in the same way as that structure giving the instruction. It's like the head, or one of the heads of that structure, giving a... And of course, the concept of need to know applies. They don't want everybody to know. So a few people are in the loop. The rest are all out of the loop.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. No further questions, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Barney. Any questions, Mr. Fushia? Okay. The re-examination, Mr. Celia? Mr. Celia?
I'll be brief, my lady. Mr. Williamson, just on one issue, you did refer to the fact that you applied for amnesty, and amnesty was indeed granted. Am I correct that my understanding is that you applied in 3 instances for amnesty?
That is correct, my lady.
And in all 3 instances, amnesty was granted.
That's correct, my lady.
And you've that occurred outside the borders of South Africa.
That's correct, my lady.
So you did participate in the process of amnesty and applications for amnesty.
My lady, I think I said earlier, I actually don't know of a security force officer and later on politician who did more than I did to try and explain what the security forces were doing during the times that we are discussing in the past.
And would there be anything in the way of you applying for amnesty relating to the Cradock 4 if you had any knowledge or any involvement of it?
The reason I perhaps incorrectly ignored it was because I regarded it as ridiculous. I was not involved, and I wasn't actually interested in what somebody would say for their own whatever reason. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so flippant about it, but I did know I would have to address the matter at some stage, and it was addressed with Mr. Bezos.
But if you were involved, you could have and you would have applied for amnesty.
Of course, because if I applied for what I applied for amnesty, why would I have applied for amnesty on this matter? And I would have been as forthright about the Cradock 4 murders as I had been about the Squirns, the Firsts, and taking a unit to the United Kingdom and blowing up the ANC office.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Thank you for your time. You may now stand down. You are excused.
Thank you, my lady.
That is the evidence for today.
And as far as tomorrow is concerned, the plan still stands.
Yes, my lady. I just want to confirm, my learned friend. I think the evidence would be virtually tomorrow. I just want to confirm.
Both. By way of virtual.
My lady, my learned friend has just confirmed both the witnesses tomorrow, their testimony will be via virtual, as Mr. De Beers was.
All right.
Lady, just a point I'd like to make. If possible, court excuses me for tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. I'm going to attend the virtual evidence in the offices of Mr. Siliani in Victoria.
I don't think anyone will have any objection that will be missing you. Will
No,
anyone be
Mr.
missing
Kaufman he would immediately say, please don't let him come back. But I'm asking you, madam.
All right. In that case, then you'll be excused from attending court for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
But I take it you will make arrangements to
I'm going to attend with
fall
Mr.
in with
Siliani.
whatever arrangements are made for the future.
Yes, I will. I'll arrange with Mr. Kaufman too. Thank you.
All right.
My lady, I can confirm that we have already arranged a specific premises with proper facilities. We have an expert IT person on standby who will attend to ensure that we have proper linkage with you.
And that the witnesses don't mute themselves.
Yes, my lady, certainly so. So yes, we will fly back tonight, and we will start the arrangements as from tomorrow morning, say at 6-7 o'clock. We will be ready by 10 o'clock.
You let me know when everyone's
It's
ready.
my heart to inform the court at least to support my application.
All right.
May I please report, my lady? May we also request just for Friday that we will also be seated at Chambers, that we also be excused just for Friday. We will fly back to tomorrow night.
All right.
As it pleases, my lady.
My lady, if there are no other housekeeping matters that my colleagues wish to address, I have 3 matters that I need to ask the court an indulgence for to just address. The first is that I gave an undertaking yesterday to revert on the statement of General van der Westhuizen. I was reminded by my colleagues who attended the case management meeting before your ladyship on Friday, the 3rd of October, I believe, that the question was also asked then, and that the indication was that a statement would not be forthcoming. The position has not changed, so I just wanted to make sure that that is clarified. The second,
that has been noted, yes.
The second matter, my ladies, I took note of your views yesterday about general applications and arguments regarding questions and admissibility. We also anticipate that there will be questions for General van der Westhuizen to which there may be objections. We do not intend to raise any general arguments in advance regarding the questions themselves, but we have made the effort to compile shortheads of argument relating to the factual submissions and the legal arguments which we do wish to advance when those questions arise, my lady, on a question-by-question basis. And with the leave of the court, the heads of argument have been distributed amongst the parties, but for the convenience of the court, if I may hand up a copy, if and when such questions arise, then the court will be in possession of a copy of the arguments. Thank you, my lady. And lastly then, of course, for the purposes of decorum, we will also be returning to Pretoria this evening, and Advocate van Zyl and I will be participating as from tomorrow morning virtually from Pretoria with the leave of the court, and we ask that we be excused from physical attendance. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, any other issues people want to raise, council wish to raise?
My lady, just in response to my learned friend that there'll be no statement forthcoming from General van der Westhuizen, my lady, our understanding of the normal practice of inquests is that witnesses, particularly witnesses that are represented, and not just represented by any team, but a senior counsel, that the normal course and practice that statements are provided to assist the court and the parties. And we find it not just unusual, but problematic.
I think the last time the point was raised that that statement would simply amount to, I have no knowledge of the allegations.
Well, in that case, my lady, the statement should still have been put up, making whatever claims. all other parties are obliged to put up statements, and we're of the view that Mr. van der Westhuizen should have put up a statement as well. But I'll leave it in your ladyship's hands.
Okay, point taken. All right, that the court will adjourn until tomorrow at 9:30, or as soon as the court is ready. Okay, court will adjourn for the day.